regard to rethinking waste management as a climate action for Indonesia. So when we think about plastic pollution, we usually imagine that plastic floating in the ocean, uh, make the beaches is dirty and also accumulating in our rivers. So today I would like to connecting about the plastic pollution into the climate issues that becoming a big issue in recent years. So this is particularly important for Indonesia as an archipelagic country. Our ocean support our ecosystem, our economic, and also our society. So, but also beside of that, also our ocean plays a critical role in order to control of the climate in the world, because our ocean in Indonesia consists of 70% rather than our lands. So next. So how big is the plastic pollution problem? Globally, plastic production has reached around 360 till 380 million ton every year. And in 2020 alone is estimated 52 million ton of macroplastic wasted enter unmanaged system, including also in Indonesia. And Indonesia is a significant part of this challenge with an estimated 3.4 million ton of plastic waste entering unmanaged system each year. So this number are actually there are several number also come up from different researchers. For Indonesian government, for example, estimated around 900 till 900,000 till 1.2 million ton per year. So yeah, depend on the methodology of research they're doing. For example, Jambek in 2015 also come up with the 2.5 million ton per year. But the national number do not tell us how plastic actually reaches the ocean. And our research, part of the recent projects in 2020 with uh, several university in UK and also Indonesia, since 2020 also doing to follow the pathway of plastic from land into the ocean. Our recent research in river flowing toward the Bali Strait. Bali Strait is located between Bali Island and Java Island. That a small state there also crossing for ferry, transporting from Bali to Java and Java to Bali. So that plastic end up into the ocean depend on the season, because we Indonesian have two season, that rainy season and dry season, that a little bit different with the tropical area. And yeah, the data from this we can see, yeah, this data on the graph and in the bottom, we see that around 1,800 item of plastic end up into the ocean every year, and depend on the size of the river that flowing into the ocean. It's about if we and we also estimating from this. Actually, this is not publishing yet because still on the progress. So it it's about 600 ton of plastic every year from Bali and east of Java that facing directly into the Bali Strait. This are quite big number of plastic that are discharging into the ocean. And so the from this data, beside of the number that have been come up from the global data. We have a local site data that telling us marine plastic pollution begin largely on land through unmanaged waste system. So next slide. Okay, this is a study case also in Bali. We did this already published in Marine Pollution Bulletin in 2023. Yeah, we did a research in two marine protected area in at West. We call it West Bali National Park and Nusa Penida Marine Protected Area. On this research, we found that more than 90% of the marine debris we recorded was plastic. Much of it associated with single-use plastic and consumption activities. It's similar we found in west of Bali and also Banyuwangi is part of Java. More of plastic we found at that time was single-use plastic like a sachet, because that common in Indonesia with sachet like a shampoo, snack, and everything. That contributing to the plastic waste into the environment. And more importantly, that the pollution was not randomly distributed. Based on our model, we use statistical model, generalized statistic model. The higher debris densities was strongly associated with rivers, the distance from the rivers, the settlement, population, tourism activities, and local site characteristic. For local site characteristic, like the shape of the coastal geometry, for example. Uh, and the tourism activities from our research found that rare of plastic actually we found in the tourism area rather than the settlement area, because the tourism area usually every day they doing cleaning up the area of beaches, for example. So yeah, that the distribution of plastic we found in the beaches depend on several parameters. Next slide. So from the previous oh oh so from the previous slide actually clearly show that the connection between human activities on land, waste management system, and plastic pollution in the marine environment. So what happened when plastic pollution reaches sensitive ecosystems such as coral reef? So we're trying to investigating of plastic that contaminating of our critical habitat in the coastal area. The one of important thing is the coral reef in Bali, also as the site for the dive for tourism, also tourism activity, dive and snorkeling, and also contributing for our government income, local government income from this site. Okay, have I will quickly. So our recent study from this coral reef in Nusa Penida and Karangasem marine protected area, we found both macroplastic and smaller plastic particle we call microplastic across the sampling site. And importantly, the abundance of and composition varied considerably between location, showing that plastic pollution is not uniform and requires site-specific management. So we now talking about the how, then because every area have their specific characteristics, so need a specific management as well. At the same time, our comparison also on 2015 and in the same area, 2015 and 2024, so substantial decline in live coral cover at several sites. So, plastic is not necessarily the sole cause of the coral decline. So, from this finding, we should interpret this carefully because not only the single cause but also several. There are another pressure for the coral reef, including the tourism activity. So our strategy assessment. So from this, we also doing analytical hierarchy process analysis to investigate what the priority, the strategy that are prioritizing on this a problem. So capacity building and funding for waste management as the highest priority that come up from our model, supported by better infrastructure, stakeholder cooperation, community participation, and enforcement. And so next, I will quickly explain every slide. So this the global, yeah, the global data about the plastic and climate crisis. So the connection between plastic, it's already uh, influenced by the climate since the plastic material from the raw material, the processing and everything, till the plastic becoming the waste. And then next, and then in the ocean. So what happened in the ocean? So as we know, ocean also as a sinking area for the carbon dioxide, CO2, when the ecosystem degrading, declining the quality, the phytoplankton and everything also will declining, and it will decreasing the ability of ocean to sinking of the CO2. So plastic not only influence for the climate since from the raw material, but becoming the waste and then discharging into the ocean. Next. So in 2025, among the partner from UK and Indonesia and also AIT Thailand, we proposing the evidence-based policy recommendation with the issues. There are 26 evidence-based policy actually. That's much of policy that come up from our research in from 2020 to 2025. The term one is enabling data-driven targeting of plastic pollution through modeling and monitoring, update national standard, mandate localized and verified waste data, expand incentive and prioritize waste collection, monitor and facilitate adaptive management, upgrade unmanaged dump site and improve infrastructure, prohibit open burning at open dump site because open dump open burning and open dump site also a big issue in Indonesia, including in Bali, and then enforce local bans or redesign incentive for sachet. Why sachet is also we put on this policy brief because sachet is the most plastic that polluted of Indonesian ocean. Next. Yeah, okay. And then to a socio-economic environmental costs. Prof. Joyasri also involved on this project, propose and also investigating that action and inaction in order overcome of this issue. If we do not making an action, it will cost 15 times more than the cost of action. Next. The social, behavioral, and technical change. Number three, we have several recommendation also. Changing consumption and disposal behavior. This the most challenging one when we talk about the behavioral change. Next, and term four is policy, governance, and system. Removing structural barriers to implementation. This is the one we need to overcome. Next. Okay, that's all of from my presentation. Thank you very much.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. I would like to introduce myself first. My name is Wayan Karyasa. I head of a research group hybrid nanomaterial from chemistry department, Faculty of Math and Natural Science, Universitas Pendidikan Ganesha in Singaraja, Northern of Bali. So I would like to introduce my topic here is about from agricultural waste to green material innovation. So I focus in biosilica, hybrid nanomaterial, and also sustainable applications. This next. So this is the content of our presentation today. This introduction, role of silicon in agricultural plants lead to the high siliconeous agricultural waste, and biosilica-based hybrid nanomaterials, and some sustainable application, and concluding remarks and also acknowledgements. Please, next. So we know that in our country, we have abundance of agricultural waste that need to be valorized. So we improve the value, of course, the price of the product. So the need, and we have the green material innovation. So innovation is mean invention times commercialization. So then please next. So this is our first subtopic. This is the role of silicon in agricultural plants lead to high siliconeous agricultural waste, that we know that the silicon in the plants, normally monocotyl plants, can improve plant growth and development under abiotic and biotic stresses. So from this, we have also identified in our tropical area, we have high siliconeous agricultural waste, such as rice husks and rice straws, bamboo stem, leaves. We have already investigated also baggage, palm oil stem and leaves, and also corn cob, leaf and stem, and coconut parts. palm part, and so on. Then from this, we have already introduced our product. This is L2 Nano. This is lepas lambat. This slow release nano fertilizer that contain a nanocomposite of silicon, nanocomposite of carbon, silica carbon, and also the nanosilica. And from this, we come back to the paddies, and of course, can improve the free silicon in the soil that can improve our rice result. Okay, next. This is a closed loop cycle of silicon chemistry for sustainable development of rice agriculture. We have already developed this from last 2 years, 20 years ago. So we, from the paddies crop, we have, of course, the result, the main result here is paddies. This is rice, rice meal, and rice straws, and also rice bran, and also rice husk. We use the rice husk as drying raw materials for the drying the paddies. And of course, from the rice husk, we have the black husk. Then we isolate from this to make what is called silica carbon nanocomposite. From this we can produce also smoke. We have the liquid smoke after distillation. The liquid smoke, we have aldehydes compound. And then from the silica, we can produce nanosilica. And the nanosilica as a organic fertilizer, and then straw as well. And then the straw, we make lignocellulosic fiber. And from the rice husk also, we have lignocellulosic fibers. Then from this, we combine each other with mix the lignocellulosic, we can also produce phenolic part. The aldehyde and phenolic part, we have used the phenolic aldehyde machine. So we can make synthetic wood from the jerami or from the rice straw. Okay, so this is close look. Okay, then after this next. So this is our work also from the biosilica as a base material. We have produced also silicon carbide and silicon carbide with metal. So we have super light material in system or aluminum silicon carbide, for instance, is aluminum 4 silicon C4. And we also produce some superconductor that called vanadium silicon carbide, also chromium silicon carbide. And then from this, we also produce some silicon phosphate, and also we have silicon carbon nanocomposite. And until now, we have, so I work with today is biosilica-based organic inorganic hybrid nanomaterials. Okay, this is part of my our works. Okay, and next, please. So this is biosilica-based nanomaterial in fiber silication. You know that silica we can introduce to our silk to make our silk stronger, more biodegradable, and also more bioabsorption to make shorter polyester. Then we use this for making the heat engineering in the silk silkworm. We have the pellets from this, and then we make this so we can improve the color of our share and also the strength of our share. Okay, then from this we have already also some product here together working with Prof. Lee from University offshore. We produce 3D printing bio ink for teaching engineering from silicified growing hybrid material. This is what we do. So we need tissue and chip from uh, silica phosphate. This is hybrid material of the silicified fibroin with silica phosphate and nanomaterial of copper and so because it's shape, we have fibroin and also sericin. So from sericin, we have sericin, silica phosphate, and O. And this is we use for the artificial insemination technology, wound healing, and also heat supplement. We work with faculty of animal husbandry in Malang University, and then we have also already prototype of technology for separating X and Y chromosome in ruminant livestock using silica phosphate with Fe3O4 magnetic. We just try this today and this year. Maybe we can have collaboration for make. Okay, thank you. And next, please. So this is also sustainable our application. This is synthetic wood. We have already called Bali wood. This is also we have introduced when the G20 the people there invite us for the product examination, and so we have some this. And we have also here thermochromic fan from natural inorganic thermochromic pigment with biosilica organic dispersion. We have also this, okay, and we have for other question. And after this, please, yes. Okay, so this is our remarks. We still need further verification of the equation. We have already this about this power theoretically, but we need support to precisely, what the impression exactly. Okay, in what see with the SI can be happen, and then also potential application of biosilica based plant hydrogen in the area so I think it's concluded remarks. Thank you. This is our colleagues working together and also our industrial partners. Thank you very much for your attention.
Today's my topic is community-led climate resilience in the global south, integrating indigenous knowledge, innovation, and sustainable development. So the study will be based on topic on the development in India. Manipur lies in the northeastern part of India, boundary with the whole Southeast Asian nation. Myanmar is the bordering state, our country of Manipur. So the central proposition of the study will consider on the climate exposure, the present concerns, and just transition. why we talk about the climate resilience in this region will be discussed in the next slide. So climate, please, the first one. Climate resilience is strongest when communities are not treated as beneficiaries, but as knowledge holders, decision makers, and innovators. The reason behind this concept is because when the climate problem takes in any part of the country, in a global south, everybody, individuals, including the children, including the workers, professionals, everybody have the, feel the problem of the climate. So we need to be tackle the communities not just as a beneficiaries, but as knowledge holders, decision makers, and innovators. They have to play a important role as far as the climate change is concerned. So climate exposure, we have a different way of flood, drought, heat, livelihood, to disruption in ecosystem changes. This appropriately affect the global south. So local intelligence, indigenous practices, and place-based knowledge about water, forest, crops, seasons, and waste. Just transition innovation becomes durable when it strengthens livelihoods, ecology, and culture together. So we have to consider these three main focus as a central portion of the study. Next slide, please. So we have to look upon the why Manipur. Manipur is a climate, culture, livelihood nexus. We have a very traditional way of livelihood over there. As far as the region is concerned, it's a mountainous, biodiversity landscape where climate risk intersects with the agriculture, forest, wetlands, and community institutes. So here, when you have a flood, it's a valley inundation, crop loss, and displacement. So landslides, road cuts, acceleration, and loss of life, water stress, spring decline, in water pressure, and Loktak. It's a Loktak lake. It's a lake. It's a wetland area. So when it changes, it's affect not just the fisheries, migratory birds, but the whole biodiversity of the area. So it's a very problem that we possibly. So the images, climate impacts are not isolated hazards. Get both ecosystems, infrastructure, system, and livelihood. So why indigenous knowledge is as a climate infrastructure? Because it's a community experience. Because the community used to come forward to look up about the climate problem. So in the Sahau conservation, I'm just giving an example. It's a Sahau, it's a black rice. It's that kind of rice, but there are many types of agriculture. Women let stewardship of indigenous rice diversity. Apart from rice, we have a different way of culture there. The turmeric and giving for example. So among life cycle groups, why among life is a local deity. So community conserve forest landscape. It's a part of the indigenous knowledge as a climate infrastructure. So traditional climate indicators, bird migration, flow patterns, signals. June cultivation is a village province cultivation cycle. So indigenous knowledge is not just a nostalgic fact, it can be a living layer of adaptation with institutions protect, validate, and transmit it. So we have from knowledge to action, we have a three pillars. It's indigenous knowledge, grassroots innovation, sustainable development. So when you talk about the grassroots innovation, it's all about a low-cost, scalable community form. So when you talk about the indigenous knowledge, it's all about the land, water, forest, and seasonal intelligence. And grassroots innovation, all about the low-cost, scalable community form. And the sustainable development is all about the livelihood, quality, and cultural. So the objective of the pillar make communities the architects of the green transition. We have to hold the community in the policymaking as the architect of the green transition. Next, please. So, how does the community innovation brings the solution here? We have to discuss about the low cost, locally owned adaptation. There is this bamboo bioengineering. We have a traditional way of building structures in the region. The house were made with bamboo, mud, and straw that they part of community innovation, which is very helpful in the climate resilience. So, on the climate smart agriculture, hybrid early warning, skill set resilient vegetation, and green livelihood. So these are a few innovation that the community own apart from the let's pick up a few points. So this is about innovation logic from local practice to scalable resilience. We have to observe. We have to observe, we have to co-design, prototype, and measure and scale. So these are all about the practices about the innovation logic that from local practice to scalable resilience, how it can be helpful in the climate resilience process. So we should scale the capability, not one size fits for all technology. So here comes the how directly connected with the global relevance. The water security as far as the sustainable development goals of the United Nations is concerned is a part of it. And SDG 13, SDG 15, we have BRICS 2026, in India. We have BRICS 2026. It's a Kunming Montreal Global Vital Different Work, 47 ASEAN Summit, Paris Agreement Article 7.5. These are all one of the global understanding and the global resolution that can be discussed from the local residents, which we have been experienced in the state Manipur. So next. So here is the implementation there. Why it is a problem. So when we talk about the local knowledge, it doesn't automatically become resilience. The reason is finance. The finance that come for the climate isn't reach to the community. So climate finance often bypasses the community institutions. And the indigenous knowledge is not consistently recognized in the formal system as far as the policy is concerned. And when the community-based monitoring remains limited, here it comes a problem. So the infrastructure, the knowledge loss, these are all a few things that we can discuss as far as we get next. And this is an action agenda. What we need to do to overcome the climate problem in the global south. So we have to put finance closer to communities. We have to tie it up with the communities. We have to make a co-creation the default where indigenous knowledge holders, scientists, and government project design has to become together. We have to re-engage, recognize community governance, strengthen legal and institutional recognition of community forests and local governance system, build knowledge base, mainstream indigenous knowledge in schools, universities, and professional climate training, but to create self-help learning. Now we are here from India, Manipur to Bali, so we have to strengthen, we have to re-network, we have to engage with the world. So that what is the conference, today's one conference is concerned, what we can take from this discussion, from this collapse. So we can reframing reframe the resilience about the climate problem here in the resilience should be measured not only by infrastructure but by community agency and ecological capacity. A method combined indigenous knowledge, appropriate technology, and institutional support rather than treating them as separate domains. A governance insight, the question is not whether communities can adapt, but whether systems enable them to lead. So it has a research agenda, build evidence on what scales, what fails, who benefit, and how knowledge is community owned. So the core proposition of the takeaways, community literacy is not an add-on to climate policy, it is an enabling condition for durable adaptation. So here is that's all for the scholastic. So the future of climate resilience is not up down, it's a community up. When intimate knowledge, the innovation, Barbara.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Willie. I'm the CEO of Bio. So Bio is what kind of company is Bio? So right now, our very first step is we are developing and manufacturing bioplastic, cassava-based bioplastic. So it's a 100% biomaterial, but also biodegradable. But we are not bioplastic company by all means. Our focus is to find any environment related problem and then bring it into the laboratorium and then find a way, a solution to tackle the problem, and then we turn it into a business. Next, please. Okay, so today, because all of the speakers before me is all researcher except me, so I'm going to deliver something that like more practical, especially in Indonesian market. Then how are we going to push what we already developed from our laboratory into the market? So here, from my own experience and my observation, especially for Indonesian market, we have to focus on the end users. And here is the reason. Why start with the end users? Very first one, they are the industry driver. End users now, especially nowadays, they have the voice to drive the direction of the industry. Not just this sustainability related industry, but almost every single industry. And second point is the weak regulation reinforcement. This is an unfortunate thing, but that's the fact. It's happening in Indonesia. So sustainability regulation means almost nothing without any reinforcement. Then the third point, highly potential partner. They can be our early adopters of new sustainable innovation, and they can be our brand ambassadors. Next, please. Okay, so here is the breakdown of what we are going to talk about. For the first point, the industry driver. What I mean is the innovation in an industry is mainly driven by either two factors, internal or external. For the external factor, it's usually the customer request. When customer is demanding certain kind of products, certain kind of feature, or certain kind of thing that not so related with the product itself. For example, sustainability, like greener choice, greener option. Or from the internal factor, which is the industry themselves, they found a better solution to offer. So it's like a better model compared to the previous model. These two. Meanwhile, in the polymer industry in Indonesia, existing giant players have no incentive to find a greener solution to offer. why do they have to try to find out or create any new solution? So the drive can only start from external, from the end users. Hence, we have to educate them so they know that actually these end users, they have the power to demand for greener alternative. Next point. The Indonesian government has actually released a sufficient number of regulations that are supposed to push the industry into a more sustainable direction. For example, actually a couple years ago, our government already published the extended producer responsibility, which demand the producers to take responsibility for any single product that they produce for the after usage, which is the waste management. The regulation is there. But until today, I don't see any single activities that related to that EPR, especially because there is no monitoring and evaluation to reinforce the regulation. So the end user can serve as a secondary form of law reinforcement, pushing the government while also choosing greener options themselves to attract existing players to move along. So the player move or try to create a greener option because the government demand them or because they want to, but because the customer demand them. Next. And third, highly potential partner. Soon, actually it's not soon, it's already right now. So the buying power in Indonesia already shifting to the digital native Gen Z and soon Gen Alpha, the generation that speaks up about its values and concerns that follow, and they also follow trends, especially lifestyle related ones, and that advocates for what it believes in. So in the past, the previous generation, we just take it as it is. Whatever the producers produce and sell to us, we just take it as it is. But nowadays, they may like a product, but they don't like certain aspect of that product. They will speak it up. Once their values and what we do are aligned, we get our brand ambassadors. That's also the type of stuff that they're going to speak up. Like if our values is aligned, they're not going to just, oh yeah, I use that too. I use that product because I believe in their value, because their values align with mine. Next. So after we talk about why should we start with the end users and now how to acquire the end users. We have 3 points and we are going to break it down one by one. From first, come to their playground, which is the community hubs and social media. And also the second point is show your flaws. This is kind of contradicting from the current business practice, but this is from my observation, the generation is shifting into like a more honest kind of a business. So your flaws can be your like different factors. So it makes you like, why do you differ from existing giants, for better or worse? And the last point, borrow local trust, collaboration over competition. It's in every single way today. Next. Okay, so let's go deeper into the come to their playground. Gen Z and Gen Alpha, they don't wait to be found. They gather where they feel understood. So here, whether it's a local community hub or a niche online forum, even the comment section, that become their playground. So we are not talking about, oh yeah, we also have an Instagram account, and then that is their playground. No, their playground come into a deeper level, even into the comment section of a creator that they trust. If a business want to reach them, it has to stop waiting for these end users. Nowadays, so we are not waiting for them to walk to us. So we are supposed to be the one who show up where they already are. Being present, however, is not the same as being seen. So here, the key point is being there and like doing something together with them. The real opportunity lies in participation. So joining the conversation, the comment section, supporting the causes and users care about, and showing up consistently in their everyday activities. It's the difference between being a guest who's merely invited and being a member who genuinely belongs. So participation is the key. Next. And then for this kind of radical point, simply being good has already lost its charm because every single corporate doing the same thing. For years, businesses competed to appear virtuous, safe, and universally likable. But today's end user have stopped expecting business to make everyone happy. What end users are looking for now isn't perfection, it's honesty about who a business really is. The imperfection, the flaws. Admitting flaws isn't a weakness. Today, truly, it's not being seen as weakness anymore. It's a signal of trust, especially for a new entrant, unfamiliar with the local expectation, or new entrant in a certain new industry that require customer education. Showing your flaw means being transparent about the trade-off, limitation, and work in progress. And trusting that the right end users will respect the honesty more than a flawless speech. Next. So for the last point, to borrow the local trust, rather than spending years building trust from zero, businesses can borrow it. We can. Partnering with the voices and users that already believe in, whether that's a community leader, a micro-influencer, or a local NGO working on the same sustainability issues. So the keyword is sustainability issues. I could wait on issue, not a region or area, because nowadays the world is not limited by space anymore. It's limited by interest. So interest here is if we share a similar value, we are fighting for same cause, then that's our like a similar issue that I mentioned. And end users are simply more likely to believe a message coming from someone within their own circle than from an unfamiliar foreign brand. So which is why the local ecosystem already engaging them is worth collaborating with, not competing against. Okay, so like page pertama. My PPT ends here, but I still have time, right? Okay, so all of this material actually based on what we do on Bio. So here in Bio, it's kind of unique. Our customer is not our end user. So we are doing B2B. We are manufacturing the bioplastic pellets and then sell it to the end product customer. For example, the plastic spoon producer, plastic packaging producer. But without the demand from the end user, those companies are not going to buy anything from us, because if there is, they don't have any internal incentive to move for a greener product. So we have to push the end user to demand it from them. So we do business with this company as a B2B, but we do our marketing to the end user right away, similar to B2C. But then why don't we get into the B2C business right away? We will. But at the very beginning, I mean, as a startup, we have a very limited time, very limited resources. So we have to focus on our core value first. So today we are focusing on the B2B, and then by time, once we acquire more knowledge, more resources, and have more room to move along, and then that's the moment when we are going to come into the end product. And then meanwhile, once we get into that stage, we already build our awareness, the brand awareness, and also the trust for our brand. So we are not going to start from zero anymore, since we already started from now. Okay, I think that's all from me. Okay, thank you. And there is my contact, so feel free if you want to see like what kind of marketing are we doing. You can follow our Instagram as well, and feel free to contact me. Thank you.
So all of microplastics are not very uniform, isn't it? So the management question that how do you go for a solution to any type of plastic? And any kind of instrument to actually get it out. Okay.
For exam, yeah, for exam. So, yeah. Okay. In Udayana University, we did to identify microplastic because yeah, you know very well about the microplastic, the shape, type of microplastic difference between one of microplastic with another microplastic because depend on the source of the microplastic. Because microplastic that primarily is microplastics from the microbit, for example, and also the secondary microplastic that actually coming from the bigger size of plastic. Then to identify it, for example, like film, fiber, etc. So we seeing it from the microscope. Then we verify it to by FTIR and also Raman spectrometry. So we identify the polymer of the plastic actually. So we understand the polymer and we also can trace the source of plastic coming from, say from food packaging, for example, of snack that HDPS and etc. also a kind of plastic that used for the industry, something like that. So we identify it first from microscope and then continuing to identify by Raman or FPI. Mm. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, that interesting issue actually. But unfortunately, we have not doing such kind of research yet. But that's an issue that interesting to do that in the further. Yeah. So I think it could be great if we can collaborate to investigating how actually the decreasing of CO2 that's sinking by the ocean because degradation by degradation of ecosystem by the plastic macro or micro plastic. So I think that will be great if we can collaborate. Thank you. Any other questions?
Mr. Willing, I'm quite impressed with your presentation. You mentioned one thing that regulations are there, but they are not enforced practically on the ground. So what are some of the reasons behind why governments are not very serious in terms of implementation of certain regulations? Same case applies to other countries, but I also understand. But when we talk about SDG, these, whatever, but on the ground, we know the reality. So from the perspective of Indonesia, since you're from this country, so what are some of the reasons behind why whether there's any negligence or ignoring from the government side, why they are not able to implement those regulations very strictly.
Thank you for the question. If this question is being asked to fellow Indonesian, everybody can just, I understand, without any explanation, to be honest. So, I think this is a kind of typical in developing country that one of the part is corruption. So corruption like weaken a lot of law enforcement sector, right? Including probably I should put it in a softer way, lobbying. So for example, like the regulation is already there, but somehow the association can successfully lobbying, and then we need more time. But this more time is become like by time once the issue get forgotten, and then this is like another traits of Indonesian actually. Like once we got another new issue that got viral, we will forget the other one. That's keep happen every day. So you can confirm this with another Indonesian. So probably like the typical trend will be once it's published, everyone talk about it. But then once a new issue comes up, then everyone forget about it. And then since there is no attention to take care of, why do the ministry, the related ministry, have to take the hassle to do the monitoring and evaluation? Also, not to mention the lobbying is also happening.
I also not directly related to the station, but yes, every country has been trying to fulfill those agencies, the development goals, information, and every country has also planned out well in advance. Get back already what the country has to do in order to fulfill, if not all, at least some of those agencies. So in that regard, whether you have any idea about what Indonesia is currently doing and how far they are able to achieve certain agencies.
To be honest, this doesn't sound like environmental related question to me. It sounds more political question. And fellow Indonesians smile right away. They got what I mean. Every single government of every single country have to put their priority. They have very limited resources and certain interests. And by coincidence, today's government doesn't really have the interest for SDG related issue. And probably they also have kind of limited resources to take care of all issues at the same time. So they are focusing for another issue today. MBG program. It's the free lunch program, and the Merah Putih Cooperation. So that's their intent, their main focus right now.
Any other questions? Okay, my question is also, I'll just ask one question to Willie again. It's related with Gen Z as well as Gen Alpha, because they have a distinctive characteristic of accepting certain norms and so on. I think you are also, using that also by using social media. But another characteristic is that they tend to, their attention span seems to be not too long. They go on for one issue, but does not follow on for a longer period of time. How are you going to deal with that?
Okay, so there is one profession called content creator. I'm not a content creator, but I am learning from a content creator, and content creator know how to align certain. So today the audience, the younger audience, they follow the trend. So yeah, all you need to do is to align. How can I align this trend with my message, the one that I want to deliver. And I also see a lot of success. One of my business is a creative agency. They are just selling like providing a design service for our customer. But whatever kind a new kind of trend that viral at that time, we can always the team can always connect it with our business, and then that's how we reach more than today it's 3,000 or 90,000 followers. Yeah. Thank you.
One last question, which is more related with industry. You're talking about collaborations. Okay, and if you have to go in for collaboration, you have to offer some kind of an advantage, maybe in terms of cost, maybe in terms of efficiency. So already the industry, they are all making a profit, but by adding this, they're going to add additional costs in the production. How are you going to deal with that?
Okay. Sorry to not make myself clear. I don't say that we are choosing like a collaboration instead of competition, but more like focus on the collaboration with another player that also share a similar value that they prefer collaboration, and collaborating with academics, scientists, like what we are doing right now, because we are also collaborating with Udayana University and Udayana University, and together we also try to get the government to be involved, and we keep like sending this message out there. So hopefully this is like basically free because it's just on our social media, and it's proven. Like there is another kind of a sustainability related startup reach out to me, the staff from certain ministry reach out to me, and even international reach out to me because of that free social media. So like us sharing the message that this is how we do our business. It's also attracting people with similar interests as well. And then about the giant player, to be honest, I cannot tell any like a proven way to defeat them, and I have no interest in it. There is no way we can like make the industry to switch from polymer petrochemical waste plastic into bioplastic right away. It may take like 100 years, but what important is we have to start, and then along the way we will see the certain opportunity coming. Like a couple of months ago, with the issue in the Middle East, the naphtha price all world that we saw this, including Indonesia, and then the price difference between our bioplastic and the petrochemical based plastic, we're getting closer actually, and that's there is no way that kind of price going down, but it can only go up. So the time is supporting us.
Positively, I could- like
Not as a whole nation yet, but region based. And fun fact, the very first province in Indonesia that banned the shopping plastic bag, Bali here. Yeah, the very first province that banned them. But then, I mean, it's a good thing, of course. But from Prof, from your presentation just now, you explained that actually 90% of those microplastic that you found during the research is actually from the sachet. Not, oh, so
The ocean, particularly in the business area, is plastic. Because when we talk about the marine the business, that the waste, uh, yeah, not the not natural waste, right? So 90% of those debris was plastic, and mostly we found like 30 to 40% is sachet.
it means then actually we have to separate the single use plastic packaging into two types. The one that came out from the factory, which is the sachet, and the one that came out, let's during the shopping activity, let's say the tin wall, the shopping bag, because it's for the shopping bag, etc. It's easier to request into like the multiple use one, but for sachet, there is no way we can change it, right? Unless people adopt like a refill method kind of shopping. But then yeah, because of prof research just now, I think we have to put more attention into how can we get into the sector also. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for all the participants as well as the queries that had been put into. Let me just sum up a little bit. This session, which was being given the theme as climate resilience, environment, and community development, where we had 4 speakers who had covered in the area of marine engineering, chemical science, social knowledge, as well as industry, has covered the vast areas of on the theme itself, and several queries have been put and it has been clarified as well. And I do believe that there has been some takeaways from here, and hope that more collaborations will come out of this. I'd like to thank all the speakers, as well as the technical help, as well as my colleagues who have taken the credit Q&As in this session. Thank you once again. Yeah. Okay. For the moderator and all participants in the session. Now it's time to topic break for 45. Oh yeah. For certificate, we can get to yeah. And registration for certificate. No, no, not like that.
Recording in progress.
This.
Dia mau dia ketetes. Mana? Ya, lebih di Pak, coba. Tapi tetap pakai visinya kan, ngambil kameranya. Oh, udah tadi. Ini cuma tunjukin aja.
I'm Professor Wilson Singh, presently head of Department of Management, Mizoram University, Mizoram, India, which is a A plus University, India. My paper today is this paper is going to be written for my scholar and presently teaching me Southern University. Today we are going to discuss about environment, social, governance. Do they really care in India? Especially on whether sustainability performance improves profitability and market value in USC and other farms. Next slide. Why this question? The question of ESW, that is environment, social, and governance. Why this question matters? Because farms are increasing not only on profits, but also on our total fixed management, social responsibility, governance, quality, efficacy, and resilience. India also is facing a lot of pressure in terms of environmental issues, sustainability disclosure, and the theory giving conflicting predictions. Say, for example, stakeholder and resource-based views, such as ESG can create value, but at the same time, the empirical question is unresolved. Prior evidence is mixed across countries, and especially for emerging markets such as India. It is regarding environment, social, and governance issues pertaining to BSc 100 companies. Next. So, final evidence of ESW is inconclusive. They have a lot of negative because results may vary, but there are different sectors, these 100 companies also. At the same time, they said there is zero investment captures only the back. Yes, yes. Next. Yeah. Next. Yes, Breakroom assets with return on investment captures only the internet profitability, whereas Tobin's Q reflects investor expectations and market pricing. Because many of the investors, they also look at the environmental point of view, not only the because in India, such environment, and then investor interpretation and ESG integration are still evolving. So the study motivation in terms of dual outcome design can guess whether ESG is rewarded through stronger profitability, higher market value, and more or neither, after controlling for farm specific characteristics. Next. So the theoretical framework is from the stakeholder side. The theory is environment, social governance, and effect. Second one is resource-based view. Thinks that sustainability routines and capabilities can become valuable, whereas the strict resource theory says that better resource farms can invest more in ESW. At the same time, agency and shareholder privacy can impose cost or reflect managerial overinvestment when linked to cash flow and shareholder values are unclear. There are several theories on ESW. What we are going to see through empirical study is whether this ESW affect profitability of the different forms under DS. Next. So I will be skipping time. I will be skipping the literature review. Please. Next. Yes, these are the questions. Number one. Research questions number one. How does ESW performance influence return on asset? Second, how does ESW performance influence Tobin's Q? Third, estimate the direct relationship between ESW while controlling the firm size, leverage, liquidity, etc. And the interpretive objective is assess whether ESW behaves as an immediate financial lever and or as a long-term strategic. So these are the research objectives and study objectives. So yes, this is the design. Operation we are taking 100 companies listed under DSA. Final sample, we have taken 91 firms. 9 firms have been omitted due to missing data on ESG. Study period 21-22 to 24-25. Observations. We have observed 367 firm year-wise observations. Source is source of information and financial source CMI, Center for Management of Indian Economics. Estimation. Estimation is fixed effects and random effects, panel evaluation, Postman test or model force. Next. So these are the variables. Return on investment, Tobin's Q, ESW, and the measurement is reflected here. is next. These are the specific statistics in terms of return on investment, WSQ, ESW, and total asset turnover. So here we will take us an example of mean, median, standard deviation, minimum, and maximum. These are the specific statistics from under the study. Next slide. Correlation analysis. Total asset turnover, if I have to make a quick ratio, size, and ESW. ESW under total asset ratio is minus 0.26. The correlation analysis we can easily come to know from this slide is that it has a negative impact on ESW, has a negative impact on total assets turnover. Next slide. And regression analysis, it is a regression analysis between ESW and return on asset. So in the return on asset also, ESW is in the fixed effect, we are having 1.04, and in the random effect 2.00. And we come to the interpretation in the next slide. Next. Next. Okay, findings. So, as per the analysis from in the foregoing tables, we come to a finding about ESW, that is environment, social, governance behavior, is not statistically significant. This means that different companies over time, sustainability does not directly impact profitability in short term. Short-term ESW has no impact on the profitability of the listed companies. So, as for the regression analysis for WSQ, ESW is also same. It is not significantly significant. It means that so as of that, ESW, even though it is a lesser factor, itself on structure high. Not only on profitability, but also on life of the human beings. At present, it doesn't have a direct impact on the listed companies. Please. So findings. Next. So ESW is not significantly significant, and overall meaning is that sustainability performance does not directly affect the market valuation of the firm. It is just part of the regression analysis or return on investment. Next slide, please. So what does it mean? It means that ESW, that is environment, social governance, they do not have short-term impact on profitability or the listed companies. Number two, even in the return on investment also, leverage and excess liquidity are associated with lower profitability. In terms of return on investment, ESW and lesser factor in terms of profitability. So market pricing is also comparatively stable, and the best interpretation is inlay and conditional value. ESW is not necessarily in the short term, but the human base for the people and for all the stakeholders, ESW will be an important factor on the long-term profitability of the companies. So, even if it doesn't have short-term impact, next. So, for the managers, we need to, this is a suggestion and justifications. For the managers, we need to take this from the long-term point of view. For the policy makers, we need to standardize disclosures. We need to make all the companies disclose what step they are taking in order to improve sustainability, social, and governance. Like like social, we are talking about 2% CS, what is that? Here, social as well as governance disclosure. And at the same time, for the investors also, we need to all the investors, we need to take care that investor, they could invest more in those companies full disclosure on SW. ESG, and for the researchers, yoga, use yoga guidance, since we have used only 3 years. Because the period of study we have taken for 3 years. So we need to expand as a researcher, we need to expand the period of study in order to study ESG. So that's the is ESG on the profitability of the companies listed in ESG earlier. Yes, please. So yes. 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 Conclusion. So, even though I think this study doesn't have longer term impact on the
Check.
Good afternoon, seniors and all the delegates. So the paper that I'm going to present today, it is like a simple project which I have studied, and basically I'm considering the primary and secondary data. So this is all about the impact of green training within HCFC Bank. So like most of you must be knowing that we have customer care service. So we call it virtual care. So in India, we have 16 units of virtual care. So for the Northeast, we have one in Shillong, that is the 16th unit. So in this unit, next. Yeah, and little bit overview of the bank. I have studied from the annual reports of our bank. So as per the performance, so it started since 2010 and it's committed for carbon neutral operations by financial year 2032. And externally, it is verified by carbon monitoring with like a team with SEBI mandated business responsibility and sustainability compliance. And we're committed to transparent, globally aligned sustainability reporting. So it includes the carbon disclosure report, project. And at the same time, the SP Global Report, as per the assessment, we were ranked at 85th in the year, 2020 to 25th. So actually, as I studied, I found that the companies that are being covered is around 12,000 plus. So out of 12,000 plus companies, the assessment report they received were around 3,600. So out of those, we were ranked at 85th. And we are aligned with the TCFD also, task related to the environment, and then GRI frameworks. So we also received the award of National Training Award for Excellence in Learning and Development 2025. So we have so many verticals, and under this, I have just pointed out related to the green training. So that will come under the environment working group. So this is a little bit overview of the unit, Shillong unit. So here we are servicing 24/7. So under this vertical in Shillong unit, we have one unit head. So under the unit head, we have 3 team managers, and we have SMEs. SMEs means subject matter expert. Like whenever we call the customer care, if they are not able to handle the queries, then we used to ask them if you can transfer the call to senior. So they are the subject matter experts. And then we have the service relationship managers. So we have 61 RMs, and separately we have training and quality team. Actually, the hierarchy that I have input here is only for the Shillong unit. So apart from this, we are reporting to the central team. So in training and quality, we have training managers 2, and then we have 1 quality manager, and we have 1 quality enhancer. So the objectives of my study, it's like actually we have already been following the policies and framework of the company as per the ESG. So to evaluate the effectiveness of green training in shaping sustainability awareness and eco-friendly work practices among especially the Gen Zs, because the 61 employees we are having in our unit are all under the age group of 1995 to 2010. So at the same time, I'm trying to assess the behavioral and digital adoption changes, such as paperless workflows. Then wanted to identify the challenges for, especially for this group of employees, how they are implementing the HRM, human resource management practices within our unit. So I have taken the total employees as of now, we have 61 who are taking calls. And then like I said, in the beginning of my presentation, like it's a very simple, and in fact, the limitation is that I have not used any statistical tools. So I have also segmented into 4 types. Those team members, the employees who are under the tenure of 6 months, then from 6 months to 12 months, then from 1 year to 2 years, and 2 years and above. And the unit actually started in the year 2023. So it's almost 3 years. So design, I'm not going in detail, so I have just added few things which are related to my study. So qualitative, it will be descriptive and exploratory. And I have also checked that is there any research related to the virtual care? So I could not find any. And next, please. So awareness of as I am the training manager, so I have been training the team members. So I have been doing my survey, and then having this discussion with them, and then having interviews with them. So I have found out that those team members who are less than 6 months in the system, out of 27, only 20 are aware of the green practices. 6 to 12 months, 5 out of 7. So in the range of 1 to 2 years, 8 out of 9. And as per when the tenure is increasing, only then I can see that most of them are aware, and they are used to, and they are also implementing the green practices. So next, please. So when I say green practices here in Shillong Virtual Care, mainly what we are doing is we are giving customer services on the call. So there is no paper pen inside the floor. At the same time, now we see that the Gen Zs are as per my experience in the unit, so they are not used to the lights and all also. So we are not using lights, though it is required. So it's the daytime, we're giving services from 9 to 6. So lights not that required. At the same time, no paper pen. So here, as we see that the adoption, I mean, as compared to the seasoned team members, we can see that those people who have just joined, it's very difficult for them to give the training offline because, like without pen and paper, because like as they have just joined, it's a transition phase for them. They just completed their graduation, master, and they join our organization. Then we're giving the training to them like without pen and paper. Though we keeps on like reiterating, giving refreshers and all, but still they are not used to these things because they want to write down things so that they will remember. Next, please. So these are the key findings based on the tenure. So within 6 months, they are not able to retain things. We used to give them training again and again, give them refreshers whenever required. So at times when they are in the system for a long time, they are used to that. And now, as I see that most of them are quite like aware of what is the requirement of the bank as per the ESG and what is the requirement of this no pen, no paper. Like I would like to say that in a virtual care, this is a very sensitive unit because unlike the branches, here we are dealing with customers on the call and like it's very sensitive. We cannot disclose anything out of the office room. So for that reason also, we are having this no paper pen policy. And we see that with the Gen Zs, like they've just joined and it's a little bit difficult, but with time and with months, like they're implementing everything and it's very useful for them. So whenever required, we used to give them training again and again, but still the improvement is there and they're implementing here that they could not retain things and they would like to note down things with pen and paper. But with the training and refresher going on and the supervisor supporting them that this is the requirement of the bank and why this is required, giving them the highlights of the management expectation. So with that, even though they're thinking that this is extra work for them, they are used to it now. Next. So if I would conclude, then this will be the green training. So when we say green training, under green training, there are so many things which I have not even experienced things, but as per my experience, I have done the study. So under my green training study, what I'm focusing is that no paper pen policy. And then we are not using any like, as we are not using pen and paper, there is no any wastage of like what to say, pollution and all. So yeah. So it effectively enhances sustainability awareness, fosters eco-friendly behavioral changes, and accelerates digital adoption of paperless workflows. However, the impact is tenure dependent, as I said. So employees with longer exposure to training and organizational culture show stronger adoption and conviction. So to maximize effectiveness, HDFC Bank should strengthen onboarding modules, introduce peer monitoring, and provide refresher training to combat tech fatigue, which is ongoing and we are doing it. Overall, green training contributes meaningfully to embedding sustainability into the digital banking ecosystem, positioning Gen Z's employees as a key drivers of eco-friendly innovation in Shillong unit. As we know that nowadays, like even if we see now we are using pen and paper, but in Shillong virtual care unit, like other units also, like the other 15 units in India. So we are not using any pen paper inside the floor and the results are here. So this is all about my study.
and the whole reduces water OH2 superoxide radical. Yeah, so this whole scavenging is what we take about the technology. We bring in technology. Yes. So here, how can we contribute to advancement of the hydrogen production? Yeah, so I've started working, my career research started from bismuth oxide. Yeah, it's one of the visible light band gap material. It's eco-friendly, non-toxic. Bismuth is non-toxic in nature, so it's easily synthesizable and doesn't involve any toxic chemicals involved in synthesis. Yeah, and as I told you, it has a narrow band gap and it's in the visible absorption region. So the visible light from the solar spectrum is enough to excite the material. And then what we do, we play with the heterojunction formation. So we do not play only with one type of material. We mix two or more material to form heterojunctions. Okay, so that's where it forms two or more surfaces. So the conduction band and the valence band overlaps over each other, and that thus forms heterojunctions. So the mechanisms, it could form a Z scheme, S scheme, the mechanisms. It undergoes again electron hole formation and then the transfer mechanism. And then the next class of material that I've studied is the graphitic carbon nitride. Again, this is also non-toxic material. It's carbon and nitrogen. So it goes into atmosphere, it goes into water, it goes to soil. It's non-toxic. So carbon and nitrogen can be converted as fertilizer to the nature itself, and it doesn't become trash anymore. So, and it is a metal-free semiconductor. So there's no metal involved. As such, the cost comes down. So if there's no metal involved, the catalytic cost comes down, because usually catalysts are very costly because we use rare metals. Metals has to be extracted, has to be made, purified, then we use to make the catalyst. So using a metal-free catalyst, and it's very easy to be synthesized. Just take melamine and heat it at 500 degrees Celsius for 3 hours. You get graphitic carbon nitride. That particular compound is very chemically and thermally stable. Yeah, so that doesn't affect any heat, or do you give more heat of the reaction, doesn't affect the chemical structure. So it's stable, it can perform well. As you see, it's a layered structure, more the surface area, better the activity. And here you can see it's a ternary composite. Yeah, so graphene oxide, as you know, it's again a conductive substance, and we use graphitic carbon nitride, more of surface area. As I told you, bismuth tungstate because of the fine-tuned band gap. And samarium oxide, you have samarium as a co-catalyst, so enhance the performance. This could be used for the photoelectrochemical water splitting. Yeah, so these are the materials that we have planned and we've being used, and have extensively studied and published papers with respect to these materials. Yeah, so how are we going to design a material for hydrogen production? We can, as I told you, the defect engineering. So defect engineering, we produce the nitrogen vacancies or oxygen vacancies in particular material. So in graphitic carbon nitride, we produce nitrogen vacancies, or we can try doping sulfur in terms of more in concentration. So that's about the defect engineering in a material, as well as I told you, co-catalyst loading, samarium or kind of a metals can be loaded into the catalyst. It can act as a co-catalyst, enhancing the catalytic reactions. The last one is the heterostructure. As I told you, one material itself doesn't serve the purpose. So you have 2 or 3 materials overlapping, making a broad band gap. Yeah, a broad band gap with enhanced selectivity, with greater absorption of the visible light. Yeah, next. Yeah, so how then we can use the same technology to convert carbon into other products? So as I told you, the photocatalytic process uses the absorption of electrons and then excitement of the electrons, creating holes. And that same technology, which we use for hydrogen evolution, water splitting, could be used for carbon conversion. So here, carbon dioxide, it's atmospheric carbon dioxide is too much. We are also liberating carbon dioxide. So this carbon dioxide could be converted into valuable product. How can we convert? So as we know, we demand for energy and fuel, carbon in terms of carbon dioxide could be converted as carbon monoxide, used for industrial purpose. Then methane example. So all these you can see it's C1 products. It's one carbon product. COCH4, CH3OH, HCOOH. It's formic acid, methanoic acid. So all these play a major role in our day-to-day life. Methane in for burning LPG, then alcohol is methanol is very required, and it's methanoic acid, a basic product or a starting material. So these C1 products are very important for us in day-to-day life, and that also can start serving as a fuel for energy crisis. Yeah. So this is how the photocatalytic activity for carbon conversion, as I told you, CO absorbing electron becomes CO radical, and then that forms again the carbon monoxide, or when it again reacts with more of hydrogen, it forms CH4, or with more of hydrogen in terms of methanol, then for methanoic acid, and so on. So one of the competing reaction would be H2. If the reaction is happening in water, you have carbon dioxide as well as water, then you can have both of these forming H2 and some carbonaceous product together. But if you don't want water, you just have only carbon dioxide as a reaction mixture, then only you get any of these carbonaceous product as the outcome. Yes. Yeah, so what plays a major role over here? The technology is developed, the technology is being established, but what causes it to become not to be scalable is because of the technology wise, how do we implement? So the basic science is understood. When you bring into technology, make it into reactor. So fabricating a reactor for that particular reaction does make sense. Yeah. So that's where we have to plan a proper reactor where we can use simultaneous production of H2 or CO2 or both together, simultaneous conversion of water into H2 and CO2 into CO or CH4 or CH3OH, whatever it is. So proper reactor design and scale up is very much required, where the engineering comes into picture, the chemical engineering or the engineering aspect. And as I told you, here it's the photocorrosion and stability property. This could be engineered with the technology that we have, the basic science we have, and the light harvesting capacity. As I told you, the catalyst should try to absorb as much as energy from the solar spectrum. Yeah, so that the solar is very much freely available to us. We don't have to spend for it. So the catalyst should absorb as much as energy from the solar spectrum. So it converts all the energy into the electrons and holes without undergoing destabilization of photocorrosion. Yeah, so that's about this. And the techno-economic analysis comes into picture, where how much of money you invest to make a catalyst and how much of money you invest to make a reactor. How does a reactor function? How often you have to change the catalyst? The stability of the catalyst and the efficiency of the catalyst plays a major role with hand in hand with the reactor setup. So the major aspect is the reactor setup and the stability of the catalyst. Yeah. So as I told you, the LCHO, the low cost of hydrogen production, or the standard conversion of water to hydrogen, solar conversion from water to hydrogen, has played a major role. And the solar conversion has been higher nowadays. It started off with 3% with photocatalysis in 90s, almost in 90s by in almost in 90s, yeah, by Honda and Group. They started photocatalysis, and from then it goes on, and now we have reached efficiency of 9.5%. So we are keeping a benchmark of 10%. So 10% of solar conversion efficiency is required for the technology to perform well, so that we can get good outcome at the end. Yeah. And we require here the policy support and the modular reactor manufacturing. So as I told you, the manufacturing of the reactor is very important, where the engineering aspect comes in, and there should be a lot of policy support that drives us to implement this technology in future, so that now we are depending less on the non-renewable energy, and we are focusing on more on renewable energy, for which we need government support and the policymakers support. So as a whole, this is the vision forward. We need more complicated or more efficient photocatalyst with understood mechanism, so the efficiency could be given the best. And as I told you, we can always think about photovoltaic hybrid photocatalytic methods. And here, how can we get more efficient catalysts? As I said, AI guided or the material chemistry guided using machine learning nowadays, artificial intelligence has come into picture. So we can design and discover more good catalysts with much more efficiency. As I told you, we need more policymaker options, policy making decisions that enhances or supports us to try the pilot scales with the help of engineering, chemical engineering and the engineers, so we can give the best technology as output. Yeah. Yeah. So as a conclusion, I would say that photocatalysis is one of the pioneering field for us to commercialize, from solar hydrogen production to carbon conversion. With the help of the policymakers, engineering, and other factors, the scientists, we can bring out good output to the best of the mankind. Yeah, that's the all output of this particular talk. Next. I would like to thank Finder, the UNPAD, for all the support for my postdoctoral research at Indonesia. And then my host institution, Satyabama Institute of Science and Technology, for trusting on me and giving me a lot of support. And my Anna University is my alma mater, where I did my PhD. It's my where I started my career. At SRM Institute of Science and Technology, University of Madras, all from Chennai. They all supported various of studies that I had carried forward. And definitely, I would like to thank GETS 2026 for the wonderful opportunity that we could showcase here our research at this platform. Thank you.
Okay, give applause to Dr. Kartik. Oh, what a wonderful presentation. Okay, for now I will lead to the question and answer. Maybe some question for Mr. Dr. Kartik. One question? No? Okay. From the online maybe no? Nah, tidak ada. Gimana, apa harus ada pertanyaan apa gimana? Okay, maybe one question from me. It's very interesting. I so interest with the photovoltaic catalyst. What kind of catalyst that you used to transform the solar to fuel?
The catalyst that
Yes.
uses fluid-based catalyst,
Hmm.
and there is one carbon-based catalyst.
A carbon-based.
It's a carbon-based, carbon like
Okay.
what I essentially use to get the best outcome.
The best outcome using CNN, carbon and nitrogen. Okay.
The reason is the greenhouse structure.
Yes.
It's structures, sheet-like structures. That's why it's very special in terms of the nature of the material. And it looks layered. It's very special because of the nature of the material. It has good surface area, and the morphology makes it more efficient with visible light absorption. So the whole photocatalytic reaction occurs in visible light. So around 2.8 electron volts is the absorption band gap. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Kartik. It's okay for so for the best outcome, use the CNN catalyst. It's very interesting because here in Bali, there are so much solar irradiance, maybe some time we can adopt the technology to transform the solar to fuel. Okay, thank you. Give applause for Dr. Kartik. Okay, now for the second invited speaker, I will invite it to join Miss Dr. Arti Hadap. Okay, thank you. with Dr. Arti Hadap, also from India, and oh yeah, from Advanced Cobalt-Based Transition Metal Oxide. The presentation for entitled Advanced Cobalt-Based Transition Metal Oxide for Green Energy Storage Technologies. Okay. From Miss Arti, the presentation will be 20 minutes. Time is yours. Please.
Thank you so much, sir. Good evening, all. I'm very thankful to GATE 26 for giving me opportunity to present my work. Basically, the GATE, the full form of this is, it is the global, here we are seeing ahead for the global, here we are talking for the sustainable energy, and the summit had having a theme. The theme says that we should lead green transition and design strategy for climate resilience future. Globally, this is, I can say it is multiple research is going on to generate energy through climate sustainable modes. So renewable energy, the research is going on plenty in numbers. But here the question is, we can generate clean electricity when sun shines, the wind blows, but can we store that energy? So my basic research is how to store that energy. So here, about to store that energy, I'll be giving a talk today on advanced cobalt-based transition metal oxides for green energy storage technology. So climate challenge, yes, we need to work on this. The maximum research is going on, that is the renewable energy sources. That energy can come from sun, that can come from wind. Then whatever energy is being generated, that energy we should be able to use when these resources are not there. So basically we need to talk for how to store that energy. So my work is to store that energy. For that, some advanced materials are to be synthesized, which can be used as electrode. So basically, my research in flow of sustainable energy will be at atomic level, where I'll be talking for atomic scale engineering. Next slide, please. Yeah. So here, to work on to that energy storage, supercapacitors are playing a bigger role. Right? The working of supercapacitors will be depending upon lot many parameters, as I showed, that is depending upon the redox activity, dielectric properties, electronic structures. So all that parameters it will be depending upon. We'll be expecting such a material, we should be able to solve maximum of that, which will be able to solve maximum of that. So maximum solution can be obtained from synthesized material. So to address that global demand for engineering that materials, here I did the literature survey, and present work is going on the cobalt-based materials, where in the cobalt-based materials, we will be making the spinel of that, and in that spinel, we'll be using transition metal oxides. So transition metal oxides are promising pseudo-capacitive electrode materials. That materials I'll be using to make a spinel oxide and their composites. And with that, we'll be looking ahead for seeing the improvement or enhancement in the supercapacitive properties, resultantly how to store the energy in a better way. Next slide, please. Here with the structure, it is clear that the formula for the spinel will be AB2O4. That is the formula for any of the spinel. So here it is very clearly visible. A and B, two variables are there. O4 is fixed, right? So in my research right now, I'm fixing the B also. That B I'll be using trivalent cations, and A will be keeping the variable that could be any transition metal oxide. So with this formula, we'll try to, we are in mode to make the spinels And by synthesizing that material will be tested for electrodes. So here I kept my B as the B as cobalt, and A I'm keeping as a variable. That A can be replaced with nickel or CO or CR or Fe, Mn and zinc. So right now whatever work we had done, that will be by using chromium. Why we can use that? Because with that ball and string diagram, it is clearly visible that the representation of crystal structure, M is the transition metal oxide, CO2O4, where M can be replaced with CO, Zn, Mn. Here, blue, red, and gray, purple, and green balls represent CO, O, Zn, Mn, and Cr atoms. Please, next slide. Now, why cobalt-based spinel oxide? I had done a lots of literature survey, and we got multiple publications in different years, and we listed that publications. So here it is very clear that the number of publications have been many more. People are working on the cobalt-based materials. Cobalt is having many merits, like it is having the merit as high theoretical pseudo-capacitance. Its capacitance value is very high. Due to rich redox chemistry, then its structural stability. We want a foam-like structural stability. So cobalt is exhibiting that structural stability. Easily tunable via doping and composite formation. The literature survey says that to make the composite with the cobalt, it will be very easy. So the tuning of band gap and everything is comparatively easy. Binary spinel like NiCO2O4, ZnCO2O4, etc. show improved electrical conductivity that Princeton, which enhance charge transfer kinematics. But still, as I decided that I'll be working on that, so definitely I did the study based on its limitations too. So obviously, the cobalt is having certain demerits too. The demerits are some spinels such as pure CO3O4 exhibit moderate electrical conductivity, limits their rate performance, and the structural instability during the long cycling. So for the storage, energy storage devices, this long cycling process is the, what I can say, it is the demerit of it. So my research will be basically how to work on these demerits. So the maximum merits which is available with the cobalt materials that can be used, and the demerits can be solved so that a proper material can be synthesized that can be used for energy storage devices. Next, please. Yeah. So based on all these studies, we worked out on the research gap. That research gap says me that intrinsic conductivity limitations, despite their rich, research gap, I'm talking for the cobalt materials, despite their rich redox activity, many cobalt-based spinel oxides exhibit limited intrinsic electrical conductivity. So some kind of effective doping should be done. Some activated carbon should be used. So with that, somehow we need to increase the conductivity of it. Lack of systematic understanding of nanostructuring and composites. So that is to be done, and absence of unified characterization approach. So existing study rarely integrates structural, dielectric. So here basically my main work will be to work on the dielectric property, because we are using that in the supercapacitor. So that dielectric property is to be studied. Then electrical, electrochemical characterizations are to be done in a comprehensive and correlated manner. So that way we can enhance the supercapacitive property or the conductivity of the cobalt-based materials. Next slide, please. So this is my problem overview. Cobalt-based spinel oxides are promising electrode materials for supercapacitor due to rich redox activity. However, their practical performance is limited by low intrinsic electrical conductivity, restricting charge transfer and energy storage capability. Although non-structuring and composite formations are commonly used to enhance performance, their influence on charge storage mechanism is not yet systematically understood. So in this work, we are doing that. Next slide, please. So already we did the synthesis. We synthesized this material with 3 different methods. First, we synthesized that with the Sol-Gel method. Next slide. Next slide, please. So this is overall process of Sol-Gel method. Then we synthesized CrCO2O4 by co-precipitation method. Why I had used all these methods? Because in different papers, different methods were studied. But in my case, I want to study a systematic comparison of all these methods, that from which method will be getting the exact required structure, foam-like structure for CrCO2O4. Next slide, please. And with the hydrothermal method also, I synthesized the material. So whole process had been shown over here. Here, the basic thing which I kept constant will be Cr CO2O4. So the percentage of Cr I kept constant with CO2O4. Yeah, next slide. And the preparation of how I prepared Cr2CO4, once my CrCO2O4 got synthesized, now to increase the conductivity, I activated that with AC composite, that is activated carbon. So activated carbon I had used in that. Here, whatever carbon I had used, that carbon I had not made in my lab, rather whatever available in the laboratory purpose, that carbon I had used. Previously, once I had given the presentation. So in that, he says that they are making the activated carbon with the decomposition method. So probably I may use that kind of carbon also, but right now here in this process, I use the activated carbon, which is available in the laboratory. Next slide, please. So what material I had synthesized, first I need to see whether that material is synthesized properly or not. So for confirming the synthesized material, I did the XRD and FTIR of that. Next slide, please. So these are the XRD results. The left-hand side results are the material which we synthesized with the Sol-Gel method, and that is the reference paper in which the peaks are been matching. So whatever material we synthesized, we confirmed that it is properly synthesized. Next slide, please. Then we had done the XRD, the material which was synthesized with the co-precipitate method, that also we had confirmed with the previously available results. So with our method, what we had done, we got the results properly. Okay. The next is again a Sol-Gel method. We compared that with the available results, and we are getting the peaks properly. This is our FTI results. So that says that whatever material we had synthesized, that is perfectly as we need to be designed. So now that material we had done for the CV testing. Next slide, please. Again, next. Yeah. So once my material got synthesized, then we went on for the electrode preparation. So for making the electrode preparation, first we cleaned the electrode, pre-cleaned nickel foam. We deposited the material on that, weight that material, slurry formation done, then slurry coating we had done on that, then vacuum dyeing we had done on that, and mass measurement we had done on that. So we understood that how much material has been coated over the electrode. So with this process, we made our electrode. Next slide. Now, whatever electrode we made, that electrode we tasted, because we need to test how that material is working for energy storage. So this is the schematic of electrochemical measurement. We use the electrochemical cell. Inside that, we use the platinum mesh electrode, we use the AgAgCl electrode, and the electrode which we made, and with that, we did the CV for our sample. Electrodes were immersed in 3 mKOH electrolyte without direct contact. Yeah, next slide. So these are the CV curves which we got. This CV curve shows that for CrCO2O4, the curve is shown there at 5 MV, 10 MV, 25 MV, 50 MV, and 100 MV. Only carbon, the curve has been shown in the second image. Then when we combined CrCO2O4 and AC, with that the CV curve we got as shown in the picture. I'll show some before that. No, one more slide is there. Go on to next. One slide I forgot to put here. So whatever results I got for CrCO2O4 plus AC composite, our result shows that, right now I forgot to put that slide, our result shows that the capacitance value is increased a lot with what we made. We had taken the reference for pure CrCO2O4. We had taken the reference for pure AC, but when we made the spinel of it, and with that, whatever material we designed, for that material, the supercapacitance value is increased a lot. So if that kind of electrode we will be making, and that electrode will be using in our supercapacitors, so that way, definitely we'll be able to increase the storage capacity of the device. Next slide, please. So these are the research core, bridging the material gap, then mechanistic insight, then target material is cobalt-based spinel, the global impact, that will be definitely going to increase the storage capacity. Then future outlook and the roadmap, optimization is already done. Then phase 2, exploration is we had done. Device fabrication is now we are in process of device fabrication. So Thank you so much. I'm very much thankful to Finder for giving me opportunity to work as a postdoctoral fellow. I'm in NMIMS, Nursing Manju University. There I got enough opportunity to work on this work. So I'm thankful to them also. And I'm definitely thankful to GETS for giving me opportunity to present my work. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Miss Dr. Arti Hardap. Wow, what a wonderful presentation, yeah, about cobalt base. Okay. For now, maybe any question from the audience? No? From the online speaker? There's no online speaker yet. Okay. Maybe one question from me, Miss. Okay. Very interesting. This is so you work to synthesize the CrCO2O4. Yeah, with the method, several method. Maybe one question from me. From your research, maybe which method is suit for hydrothermal? Hydrothermal. Is it suit for for scale up production, for mass production? Yes.
Hydrothermal method is a chemical method, but right now I'm working on one more synthesis method. So afterwards, again, I'll be making a comparison. So in that, I'll be exposing Cr2O4 in the and adding the transition metal oxide to that, and then I'm exposing that to electron beam irradiation also. So previously I tried that and I got certain good results also, but right now application testing had not been done. So that is still in process. So that's why that results I had not kept here. But if that is possible, then somehow I think we'll be able to reduce the chemical reactions to synthesize the material, and with the direct ion beam irradiation, we'll be able to make the material. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, thank you to Miss Dr. Arti Hadap. Okay, give applause for the presentation. Okay, now should we with the online or just us? Okay, maybe any photo session? No. For the presenter, photo session? Group photo? Okay, before we leaving the room, maybe we can take photo, group photo. Yeah.
Can be the mic on. On the or on the time.
You'll be sharing this, no? You'll be sharing this, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Now we will For the certificate, maybe as a committee will.
Yeah.
For some.